Continue. Here we go. Start from this time frame? Yes. Chapter 15. 2:55 a.m. Oh, looks like I messed something up here. Give me one moment. Alright, you should be able to hear the game now. Okay, good. What? Weird. 10 years ago, a man named Sissel took a little girl named Lynn hostage, and then was killed by a meteorite fragment. Tonight, a man named Sissel met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town, and then was killed by a bullet. The scene I find waiting for me on the other end of the phone line feels like a final nail in the coffin of my lost memory. I see myself. There you are, Commander Sith, finally. Sissel, where have you been, my good man? We've been looking everywhere for you. Had a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about your people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up. I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in our little deal. What right do you have to complain about anything outside our bargain? We can talk about that when we get together. This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Sissel. Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep. But I know it's always darkest before dawn. Yes, we're nearing the final stages of our little deal, my good man. Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. And we just had a report, sir. Lights have been spotted, sir. Have they now? By all means, let me have a look. Yes, we're very close. We will now disconnect from the communication cable and have no service until we arrive, sir. Very well. It's a submarine? Oh. Whoa. Look at that. Nice try, Inspector Cabanela. But you could never stop me. See ya, sucker. Okay. So, That submarine guy and his people have a deal going with me, do they? If that's the case, they probably aren't the ones who killed me, right? Anyway, there's definitely something behind the inspector's death. I think I'd better talk to him. Okay. Let's talk to this dead guy. Hey, do you think you could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious, eh? I guess he hasn't been dead for very long, then. I'll just go ahead and go back to 4 minutes before his death. I'm a little nervous about what I might see there, though. But if that's where I'm gonna find my answers, I can't run away from it. Let's rewind time. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. That's a good boy. Gee, a hostage sure is a handy thing. Gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. Ugh. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit? What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive? Why are you doing this? Now, is that any kind of question for our top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on all the people who stole my life away 10 years ago. Don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life, or have you forgotten that? Wrong. I was murdered by all of you. Wow. Detective Jowd, who chased me down and forced me into a corner. Even though I was innocent. Lynn, that girl who was right there, where I was running. Lynn, she was just an innocent little girl playing in the park. If that brat hadn't been there, I never would have thought of taking a hostage. That's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard. And finally you, Inspector Cabanela. Me? If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. You were so proud of your spotless record. And my case was the one blot on it, wasn't it? Only two people know the real truth, me and Detective Jowd. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the stain on your record will disappear for good. That's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy you are. I got nothing to say to you. You'd never listen anyway. Ye gods. Now then, Inspector. Time to make a big red stain on your spotless white coat. This was another condition of my deal. To wipe out everybody who knew about Temsik. Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense. Hey, man. You telling me what's going on? Inspector Cabanela. He's awake. My head is spinning, baby. Am I to understand the Cabanela character who just got shot is me? That's right. You're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me? I guess so. But you couldn't be, could you? Huh? After all, the guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you? I guess I just have to face it. I'm not that Sissel guy. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red. Information I need. So you came on a rescue mission now, did you? Nothing like the sound of that, baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, so do your thing, baby. Okay. So this is a very strange point to come into the game, if this is your first time seeing it. So you are a manipulator too? I have ghost tricks, powers of the dead, yeah, but I can't control living creatures. Anyhoot, I think you'd better be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally, he knows about powers like yours. If he realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky. Wait, only one T in little? Ooh, whoops. Whoops. A little sticky. Okay. You're right. I'd better be careful. That's a good boy. Gee. Alright, we've seen this before. Alright. Look at him. There's that something emanating from his body. Is it really the sign of having special powers of the dead? Can I do anything here that's gonna be helpful? Oh. What's going on? Never seen the ghost roll like this. So you're here, are you? He sensed my presence. I noticed you. You think you can stop me, do you? I don't know why you're wearing my face. But you might as well give up now. I control everything. Everything, including the life of this police inspector in white. Wait, don't shoot. Time's up. This other me knows the powers of the dead well. Who wouldn't notice what you just did? You're practically shouting, "Look at me!" Looks like it might be hard to save you under these circumstances. Guess I can't use my powers right in front of him like that. Guess I'd better rewind the clock again to see if I can pick up on any other clues. Okay, it's getting really tough, huh? Okay, go here. No good. I have to find something to do. I don't know what. This gets me down here. Can I do anything here? Okay, look at this place. It's completely thrashed. The world happened here. I think I'm starting to remember. Something bad happened here. And now, there's another death lying hidden here. Another death? Didn't I tell you from the start? Didn't I say there was a very important life valuable to the nation here? I thought you were talking about you. Huh. I'm just a crazy character in a white coat. Ah! Hey, come to think of it, where is that old pigeon guy? Get anything from this? This is some kind of device. A very astute observation. Sorry, my memory isn't working. Yeah, mine isn't working too well right now either. I do remember seeing somebody use this equipment though. There he is. Excuse me. You awake? There he is. Of course. I never sleep during my work hours. Professor, do you recognize me? There's only one crazy character in a white coat that I know of. He hasn't lost his memory. I'm not the type who likes losing things. But never mind that. Cabanela, this is quite a surprising guest you brought with you. Pretending like he didn't just blow up the place. Are you talking about me? Oh, this is a different guy. And I'm his guest, actually. Said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he still hasn't gotten his memory back. Pitiful. Ouch, that hurts. I love this face. It's such a good face. Anyway, now we'll be going back to 4 minutes before your death. In order to change your fate, that is. But aren't we already in the past, man? We can go back even further. I've done it before. Still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanela. But if we go back further, maybe I'll find a lead. Alright, How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous. Don't be daft. I can't leave now. He's completely dead, but just as I thought, I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers if I remove it. He's not dead, he's just not there. The true form of the manipulator isn't something you can detect. It's a spirit. Ridiculous. So you figured it all out, huh? You're a clever man, Inspector Cabanela. So it's really true, I wasted a lot of time tonight because of you, Inspector. It's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This body is just a vessel, a shell. I control everything. The shell, people. Just like I controlled the Justice Minister in Lynn. So it's true. You were manipulating my baby that time? You made her shoot your shell. But why? Why would you do a thing like that? To create conclusive evidence, you know, on that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. She'll suffer just like Jowd did. Now then, Professor. I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you. Oh yeah? So why don't you let me live then? I'll be leaving this country forever tonight. But before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. Along with the contraption in this room. This time, the thing will work the way it was meant to, and it'll all be over. Cupid won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way. Professor, look out! Dynamite, eh? When the devil did he put that there? He planned it all out tonight. Having my baby shoot him, having his corpse disappear. His corpse disappeared? That medical examiner, remember him? He was a complete and utter imposter. He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab, but he'd already made a deal with the manipulator to meet him and give him the body back. I knew he was fishy, but I wasn't going to let that happen. You saw through their plan, eh? I noticed right away the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining a body. I knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and bought him off. Bought him off? I had him smuggle the corpse to this room. I thought we could find the source of his powers. Of course, never in my wildest dreams did I think his abilities were powers of the dead. Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn. I'm gonna follow him, of course, after I save you two. Something's been nagging at the back of my mind. I remember what Ray said to me tonight. He said that spirits cease to exist when the day breaks. But if that's true, how could a spirit from 10 years ago still be here? No time for thinking now, baby. Action is the name of the game. Work your magic and take us back, even further into the past. So this guy is not a spirit. He can't be. If the logic follows. Alright, man, jump in there and stop that explosion, would you? Easy enough for you to say. Foolish of you to say, too. If you stop the explosion, he'll just do me in some other way. Fair enough, then jump in there and take care of that man in red, would you? I repeat, easy enough for you to say. And most likely impossible to boot. That huge explosion didn't even make him bat an eye. Well, what do you propose then, Prof? Pray tell? Your best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing. Easy enough for you to say. Sheesh. What's with all these people? Anywho, jump in there and do something. Okay. Measuring device. It's no use, I can't open it. Let's try that something. Too bad it doesn't open downward. That opens downward, eh? What in the world is this thing? This device has that meteorite data entered into it. If it detects Temsic radiation, it responds. Got that, kid? Isn't it a lovely thing? I guess sometimes it's important not to think about things too much. Huh, what a sorry pair. Okay. Huh? We got rats down here. Oh no. Rat buddy. What do you think you're doing? Oh yeah. I just thought, Oops, my bad. There's a whole lot of things I can use my tricks on in this room. It's no use. It's no use. Alright. So if it's no use, then what? I can't reach that. Professor. Need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist, along with the contraption in this room. As you perhaps have already noticed, time is running out. Yeah, no perhaps about it, I know, but you know, There aren't a whole lot of things I can use my ghost tricks on in here. Looks like it's all over. Unless I find another path, I'm sort of at a deadlock here. Sissel. Hey, I know that voice. Help me. Where are you? Find me. Before I'm carried away. Hmm? What's with the frail-sounding call for help? He's here somewhere. A friend of yours? Yep, a little guy that looks a little fragile, but has strength that'd surprise you. Well, he's asking you to find him. And before he's carried away, no less. But I'm almost out of time. Should I look for him? Oh. I accidentally tricked. Again. Huh? The mice. Sissel! There I am! It's Missile! Oh hey, it's... Missile! What are you doing here? Do you really have to ask? Seriously, are you really going there? No, that's okay. Never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out? Of course! Here, let me come join you. It was inside that leaf all along. Okay, here I am, Sissel. Now maybe things will flow in a new direction. Even though the flow of the sewer is a little bit stinky. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's stop that explosion. No, we can't do that. Okay, let's take care of that man in red then. No, we can't do that either. We can't do this, we can't do that. What can we do? We let the explosion happen. Then we rescue the old pigeon guy without the man in red noticing. And your powers are the key to all of it, Missile. Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. We're talking about a matter of seconds. We can't miss our chance. Missile. What can we do? Wait, talk? Do you remember how to use my powers? Yeah. You can swap things that have the same shape, right? Well, to be precise, I can swap things that look like they have the same shape. What's the difference? As I was being carried by the wind and falling into the river, I realized something. If you look at a thing from different angles, it looks different. You know, that's a pretty good point for a little doggy who came in with the sewage. Okay. Okay, so what exactly can I swap here? Things at different angles. This has a kind of square shape. What could I possibly swap it with? Is it just gonna blow up? This is tricky. So I have to save you without the other me noticing. And the moment of truth is just as the explosion occurs. We can do it. I know we can. The key to success here is this little doggy's powers. Guess I better rewind the clock. Okay. Is there anything I can do? I don't think so. I feel like I'm completely stuck here. How do I look at things from different angles in this scenario? Is what I'm wondering. Okay. There's a ball. But I can't very well do anything with it, I think. Because Sissel can't get over there and interact with it. This phone doesn't do me anything. Ah! Trash can lid. Old newspapers. These two can be swapped. Alright. Let's swap them. Now the rat can get into the trash can. And what do they find? There's a bunch of rats! They're all going into the trash can. That's what I'd call some proper commotion. They're making that trash can dance. Truth be told, I feel a bit like dancing now myself. It's getting harder and harder to hold my wild instincts back. What a dangerous bunch. Okay. The lid is moving. Now I can possibly swap that with this tire. Okay. Now the tire is moving. Now the lid has the same shape as this trap door. That's so cool! Okay, let's swap it. Look out! I was gonna fall down the hole and be saved. Oh my god, that's so cool. That was a cool puzzle. Sorry, little pigeon. Oh, you fell asleep? That's okay. Welcome, Haru. We just solved this tricky puzzle. You fell asleep, but it's it's 10, almost 10 o'clock in Japan. You shouldn't be sleeping. As for you, Inspector, yeah, I have a little job for you. I can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones. I don't mind. It won't prevent me from manipulating you. It might make it hurt a little bit when I move you though. Quite a bit actually. Damn you. How you doing, Haru? Welcome, welcome. Good evening. I can't believe it. You lot actually pulled it off. Sorry, Inspector Cabanela. Couldn't do anything to help you. There I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter, I enjoyed the show. The magic disappearing act, that is. Nothing like it, baby. Yeah, except, unlike a normal magic trick, I'm the one that managed to vanish without a trace here. New info has been added. Okay. We saved the old pigeon guy. What's the matter? You look like you'd rather be dead. Not that you aren't. I was just remembering the fact that right about now, the real me is giving the poor Justice Minister a real fright. Oh, that phone call? Yeah, he was pretty upset. Excuse me, mister? Hmm? You really shouldn't be mean like that. What's this light little creature? Oh, this little doggy is the warrior who keeps Camila safe. Or he would be, if he was actually still full of life. Camila. Gods in heaven, what a terrible thing. That poor little girl taken hostage. It's a cruel twist of fate indeed. Wait just a minute, Miss Camila is a hostage? Yes, we're sorry, little warrior. Miss Camila, a hostage? What's a hostage? Anyway, Inspector Cabanela, it's time to save your life now. But you couldn't get very far when you tried before, am I right? But this time it's different, right, Sissel? That's right. With us working together, it's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in white, and then we'll go rescue Camila, okay? Okay, let's hurry up and get through this. Gee, kids, you're making me feel like an afterthought. Alright, let's get started. Inspector Cabanela is upstairs, so our first step is to get up there. Sissel, I'll go up first and wait for you. Okay, Love Dove, we need your help. Carry this measuring device upstairs. It has Mr. Ghost in it, so don't drop it. That's cool. You've got grit, little pigeon. I'd better get up there before the little pigeon's strength gives out. Missile's waiting for me, I'd better hurry. There you are, Sissel! I love this music. It's so good. Sorry for the wait, Missile. 4 minutes from now, the inspector will be killed by a gun. You just jump in there and stop him from firing, would you? Yeah, there you go again with that stuff. Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way. Yeah, that's good. Wait a minute. That sounds familiar. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. I hit a button on accident. Yep, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is to allow him to shoot and then save Cabanela without him noticing. Whew, it's even worse than last time. Anywho, jump in there and do something. Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Cecil. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just touch the missile icon. Alright, missile. What can you do? We have a knit hat. Some photos. And a microscope. And a helmet. Helmet and a knit hat, huh? I can't reach it. Okay. Let's start by talking to Sissel. So Sissel, could you explain something to me? How exactly did the man in white die? He got shot with the gun. Gun, huh? I've always wondered about those things. How come people die when they hear that loud bang? Huh? Oh, why do they? I don't remember. Oh, brother. I hope I never lose my memory. Mr. Whitecoat here died because he got shot with a bullet. Bullet? A little lump of metal. It proves fatal when it gets lodged in his head. Aha! I get it. It's like a little tiny Mino, right? Yeah, something like that, I guess. Different shape, though. In that case, I ought to be able to use my powers on it to save the man in white. Hey, good news, eh, Whitecoat? Can't anybody here just call me Cabanela? You think so? The bullet? We're gonna swap the bullet? No way, right? I don't know. Oh, did you see that? That bad Sissel turned around. Do you have to call him that? But yeah, maybe this is our chance to try some ghost tricks. It's the only time he takes his eyes off of me, too. If you have something to do, do it now. Time to take the first steps towards saving the inspector. How about this? I got nothing to say to you. You'd never listen anyway. Okay. Trick time? Yikes. I'm a little scared right now. Why didn't he die? Because he's already dead. He died 10 years ago. I knew full well he wouldn't die if I shot him. Why did you go to the trouble of shooting him at all? Time's almost up. That's enough chit-chat. Now the situation has changed slightly. These last split seconds are our chance. Missile is there. Move this. And then I can jiggle this hat. And I can move this back here. And missile. I can swap the book and the knit hat. Don't know why. This was another condition of my deal. To wipe out everybody who knew about Temsik. He's gonna shoot. It's too late. Again? I'm gonna get shot again? No, wait. Our chance is coming up. The last split second, right? Leave it to me. Would you look at that? The bullet is hanging midair between the gun and the inspector's forehead. Now's our chance. I'm hearing the bullet right now. Let's swap this little thing with something else. What? It's our only hope. There's gotta be something here with the shape and direction as the bullet. I never saw a bullet before. It has such a cute little shape, doesn't it? I can check out the bullet's shape from the top screen. Okay, got it. Now I know what it's shaped like. Can I swap with the knit cap? On the floor? No. I guess I'll do the hard hat. Alright. Ouch! that wasn't helpful. That didn't go well. We tried swapping what we could find, but we just made things worse. Not nice, kids. Not nice at all. You put a dent in my lovely mask. Guess we'd better look for something softer to swap with. I was on the right track. I was on the right track. Did you see that animation? That was amazing. Oh, this game is so good. There you are, Sissel. Sorry for the wait, missile. In other words... Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Now, missile, I want you over here. Sissel, can't reach this yet. So we wait. Wham. Finally you, Inspector Cabanela. Me? If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. Now's my chance to do something. I don't know. That doesn't do nothing. Alright. Maybe I already missed my chance. I don't know. Yeah. Helmet was going bullet speeds. Let's jiggle his hat again. That's on the cart. Now, is there any way? But if I do this, if I swivel this, he's gonna see it. Yeah. I messed up. If I do that, he's gonna see it. And he's gonna address me personally. So you're here, are you? I noticed you. You think you can stop me, do you? Let's try it again. What can we do here? So we definitely need that knit cap to be swapped. But how are we gonna make sure that happens? Okay. When he does that, I have the opportunity to go up here. And when he turns around, I can interact with things. And I can do... I can rock this down. Was that? I think that's a ticket. Now I need missile to move somewhere else. Missile. You can stay here for now. Now I need to wait until he gets shot so that cart can get within my range. I love how his body just flops down. This game is so smooth. Trick time. Alright, now move this thing. Get the knit cap to fall down on the stepladder. Move the stepladder back again. Now missile. Swap the book with the knit cap. And it will fall in place like that. Now we're set up and ready. Well, would you look at that, right on the hook. I love knit hats. So warm, and most of all soft. Hey, now that I'm looking at it, that hat is the same shape as the helmet you just knocked down. Aha, I thought so. Okay, we got it. Nice. No problem. He's gonna shoot. Leave it to me. Missile. Missile is here to save the day. Let's swap this little thing with something else. I never saw a bullet before. It's such a cute little shape, doesn't it? Okay. Let's do it. He still gets blasted in the face with it. I don't think he noticed. What? It happened so fast he didn't notice? Looks like he pulled off another magic disappearing act. It happened so fast he didn't notice. And now I say again, I love knit hats. So warm, and most of all soft. Did I do alright? You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life. And I'll keep doing it too. Over and over. Alright. What I saw in just these 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for. All our research these past 10 years pales in comparison, right, Professor? So you two are working together? That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would believe a story about a manipulator? So we pursued it ourselves, just the two of us. I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all. Okay, let's hurry back to our time. We have to rescue Miss Camila. You're right, Missile. There's a certain guy I have to follow, too. After completing his revenge on Inspector Campanella, the man in red left. And now, a new story is about to unfold in a new present. How are you feeling, you crazy old character? You old crazy character. That's funny. Hey there, Prof. We're both alive, I see. Yeah, nothing like it, baby. But I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be a little thing like an explosion wouldn't bother me. Yeah, right. Like I'm going to believe that. So, what? The guy in red is gone, eh? Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys came through for us. Whew. Damn it. You picked a bad time not to listen to me, body of mine. Well, it looks like both of their deaths were erased. Unfortunately, in the case of the Inspector in white, I can't call it a complete success, but in any case, these two have the information I need to start tracking the manipulator. I'd better talk to them. Okay. If I knew things were going to end up like this, I would have tried to die in that explosion. That way I could have been dancing after Big Red by now. Might have been able to erase deaths. I might be able to erase deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries. But really, you shouldn't talk that way. Yes, sorry, I suppose you're right. I just hate feeling so helpless. He was right there within my grasp. All our plans were resting on tonight, and then this had to happen. I guess he's thinking about his spotless record. It's not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch him. Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go ahead and fire away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost. Revenge. The guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago. Huh, he's a fool. He's the one who made the decision to take that little girl hostage, and he wound up dead. He only has himself to blame. But what about when he said this? I was murdered by all of you. If you hadn't done what you did. What were they doing? Yes, 10 years ago on that day, Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. We hauled in a young man, an important witness to our investigation. And then I did it. I made two very stupid mistakes. Detective, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about it. Fine, fine. You're under no obligation to talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell. But I'd just been assigned to the Special Investigation Unit, you see. They didn't share much info on big cases with a newbie like me yet, and I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking a statement. But I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him into a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. Then I made another mistake on top of that. Cabanela, got a minute? The chief wants to see you about your report. Got it, I'll be right there. You stay right here and be a good boy now. That's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun. How could you? He used my gun to escape. What he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun to point at Lynn in the first place. How do you make such a mistake? We first found out about the manipulator's existence during a certain overseas communication. Overseas communication? For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on the communications networks. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted him to buy him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him, of course. We didn't know what he looked like at the time. And in order to prove these powers of his, he gave them two predictions. He foresaw two completely preposterous, impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast, and the case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office. Huh, those two inmates at the special prison, eh? We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. Then finally, we pinpointed where we were. They were going to meet tonight and staked it out. That restaurant, the Chicken Kitchen. The manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight on a submarine that belongs to the other country in this deal. Submarine? But we haven't been able to find out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think that what would happen if his powers were to fall into their hands. Right. Highly unlikely they'd use them for peaceful purposes. And now they have that little girl as a hostage. Camila. We have to stop him before he leaves the country. This spotless record of yours. Is it really that important to you? Of course. In some ways, it's more important to me than my life. Than your life, eh? After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of the Special Investigation Unit. And because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the manipulator case. The manipulator case? That's what you cared? That's what you cared about your record so much? Of course. Why else, baby? I just never could believe it, man. Jowd shooting Alma. I didn't care that he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story, some secret. I did everything I could to climb the ladder, everything in my power. And then I finally found the answer. It took 5 long years, though. The manipulator is going to prove that Jowd is innocent. What incredible determination. There's one thing I just don't understand. If you were so determined to help Detective Jowd, why didn't you help him escape from prison? That's an easy one. Escaping from prison is a crime. I wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent. He himself has to be executed, you know. As a man of the law, I had to make sure the execution was stopped legally. That's why I brought him before the Justice Minister, too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could. So that's it, eh? There's one little unfortunate result of all this. Lynn completely misunderstood your intentions. Ha! What's a little misunderstanding? My baby will come around. Give it time. There are more important things to do with our time tonight. Alright, let's talk to Pigeon Man. Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I haven't always been a junkyard superintendent, you know? I used to be part of the police. The police, huh? Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated the victim's cause of death. 10 years ago, I was asked to autopsy a strange corpse. Hit by a meteorite fragment and died instantly. That's what the police report said. There were no signs of life. He was definitely dead. But I never filed an autopsy report. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one clue. An unusual corpse. I bet that's what I've been chasing all night. Could you tell me more? Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you recovering your memory and finding your true identity, too. Unusual corpse. That's the only way I can describe it, too. It's an unusual corpse. He was dead alright, no question about that. But there wasn't a scratch on him. Not a scratch. But I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment. I don't understand it any more than you do. I was completely bewildered, but when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. I couldn't perform the autopsy. You couldn't? What do you mean? The scalpel went in, but I couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant. That's how it went, and no scarring or blood either. And I never had the chance to solve the mystery. That's because the corpse up and vanished on us. The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. But there is one way the corpse could have disappeared. What's that? Up and walks out of there. It got up, opened the door, and walked out on its own. What? He was dead, but he wasn't dead. We saw it with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him. And he didn't even feel it when I slammed his fist on that stove. Who left behind? Korf left behind some data from some testing I did. I got some readings for some kind of radiation coming off of that body. Radiation. I used all kinds of instruments, but I couldn't determine exactly what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type from a world unknown. Wait a minute. Could it be? That's right. It was coming from that meteorite fragment. I went to that park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell. Just as I expected, I detected radiation coming from that crater. It was the exact same pattern of radiation as that of the corpse. At the time, I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die only to come back to life. I wanted to research it all in depth, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Several years later, I came to learn that the connection between my research and the manipulator case. Thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here. Oh, stop now, Professor. You want to see me blush? Campanella's arrival. It was about a year ago, I'd say. This man in white came dancing into my research lab here. Look at him go. I heard there was an oddball here who's researching Temsic. Is that you, baby? I love the way he walks and dances around. Who are you to be calling anybody an oddball? I was investigating the manipulator case then. And then I heard there was a man who'd quit the police force to study the meteorite. When I heard that, it was like a meteorite had struck me on the head. At the time, we were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. We didn't know who he was yet, but we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of those communications, we heard the manipulator say this: "Source of my power is not of this world." And that's when I put two and two together. The manipulator case and Temsic were somehow connected, which also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise the little girl made for her mother. He added that gun to the contraption, most likely by controlling Camila. Okay. So that contraption in the basement here, you built that to try and help Detective Jowd. That's right. Jowd and I worked together back when I was with the Force. I used the reports in his case to try and recreate the device. There was just one part of it that I couldn't reproduce, no matter how hard I tried. Camila told Jowd it did something it shouldn't have, made an impossible move. I added that part to the device I recreated. I put in a part that would allow Cupid to rotate, otherwise the gun wouldn't fire. So that must mean somebody manipulated Camila's contraption. As a result, we proved to ourselves that the manipulator actually existed. Hey, Inspector Cabanela. Hey, baby. It's Lynn. Sorry about that phone call. I must have sounded like a real villain. I hated to spoil your image of me. That cool cat inspector you always looked up to. Is that really the image she had of him? Excuse me. Inspector Cabanela, I'm sorry. I just heard. You were chasing after that man all this time to try and help Detective Jowd. This manipulator is such a dangerous character. I was hoping you didn't have to be involved. So that's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it? Like I always say, if somebody's in the way, throw him in the slammer. Yikes. Tonight, I really thought we finally had him. But my body gave out on me right at the crucial moment. It's like a cruel joke. Ha ha ha. But a joke is a joke. You might as well laugh. Jowd! The minister called off the execution order. While he was at it, he let Detective Jowd go free until tomorrow morning, too. That's a pretty extreme while he was at it. Sorry it took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. Here you go again. You've always been like that. You make everybody else run around and then you swoop in at the last second. Jowd. 5 years ago, you left this coat with me just before you turned yourself in. I promised to give it back to you one day. Still wearing his prison outfit. Been waiting so long, Detective Jowd. Waiting for this day to come. Thanks for not giving up on me, Lynn. Okay, I'm off then. Good luck, my old friend. present you gave me. It's just what I needed, thank you. Glad you like it. Let's go. Yeah. Sissel, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. You and I have to go find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me? Sure, but how? We don't know where this submarine is, and the phone line doesn't work. They use communication cables to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow, you'll see. Could you wait here until we do, please? Okay, fine, I'm counting on you. This true self you're looking for. I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving, Inspector Cabanela. It's almost done. I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further from knowing who I am than ever. But now I don't feel so alone. Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together, I think we can shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn. Okay. They're great. They're so good. Save complete. Continue playing? I'm sorry that you're coming into this so late, but it really is a great story. And the characters are great, and the writing is so funny. It's really fun. I love this game. Lynn kept her promise about getting me hooked up. About 2 hours before dawn, the phone rang. Hello? This is Jowd. Sissel, are you listening? We need your powers. No time to talk, we'll be waiting for you. Trace complete. Well, you'd better get going. This long night is drawing to an end. Yeah, it looks like it. Thank you for all your help tonight. I'm the one who should be thanking you. At the other end of the phone line, I'm finally gonna find all my answers. I'd better go. Is this the end? Is this the final chapter? A single telephone line connects me and the other Sissel. That single line spreads out like a spider's web to ensnare the fates of many people. And I just reached the center of the web. Welcome to the Yonoa, Detective Jowd. My detective sense must have gotten rusty. I didn't even sense your presence here in the dark. That's because I switched the power to my mask off, Detective Jowd. I used your phone. Hope you don't mind. Love the way he slaps that thing every single time. Egad, I never thought you'd track us here, especially seeing as you're a death row inmate. And I'm equally surprised about your choice of transportation. A submarine, eh? How did you find us, my man? Not even the police knew where the Yanoa was going to surface, confound it. He is tall and big. Yes. Welcome, mediocre. Thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna go get a drink and I'll be right back. Won't take a second. Back. We detectives have a little saying. If there's something you want to know about a case, ask the criminals. The bullet the man in red was shot with had a radio transmitter in it. What? The bullet the man in red was shot with had a radio transmitter in it. Wow, okay. Now that's far-fetched. Okay, I have a little something for you. What? Cabanela had given me some pretty weird presents in the past. They always prove useful. This one was a radio receiver, made to look like a pocket watch. Yes, Inspector Cabanela. I hear he's an excellent investigator. By the way, where's that man in red? I know he's on this submarine somewhere. Ah, Sissel, you mean? You can relax. That's nothing but his shell. Toothbrush? Toothbrush, you say it like this. And it's a compound word just like toothbrush, made up out of the two words tooth and brush. The word is tannbørste. Tannbørste. Toothbrush. Quite easy. Toothbrush. You can relax. It's nothing but his shell. His shell, eh? His spirit isn't here right now. Most likely right about now, he's controlling your daughter. Please, I beg you, let my daughter go. If you need a hostage, take me. Just please let her go. Bah! There's something our nation needs. Sissel has it. That's all we care about, my man. Nothing else matters. However, it would appear Sissel has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip? What? Our nation has already researched it. This product that Sissel has to offer. Source of his powers. Mediocre Deluxe says, nice, I'm bursting my tons right now. Actually, if you wanted to say I'm brushing my teeth, you would say Jeg pusser tennene mine. Jeg pusser tennene mine, which means something to the effect of it's like I'm brushing my teeth, but it's more, pusse is more like the action. Pusse. You could also say, pusse sko. That would be shining shoes. Like, treating them with something and like brushing them. Pusse is like it's like brushing, but it's kind of different. Anyway. What in the world was that? Tempsic fragment. It gives spirits special powers. And now our deal with Sissel is concluded, as far as we're concerned. What are you talking about? Kind of like scrubbing, yes. Tisk tisk. What a mistake to make. Right at the most critical moment. Now then, Detective Jowd. Farewell. Wow. Wow. What in the world? The whole room just vanished. Where did he go? Ooh. What now? I think I heard an explosion somewhere. In any case, Lynn and the little lady should be here somewhere. I smell danger. I'd better find them and fast. Yeah. Did you look it up? Because it's tann is tooth, and tenner is teeth. And the, I don't know exactly how to bend words, but what do you call it? Alright, let's see what we have here. Whoa. There we go. Hope that makes sense. Who am I talking to? So you're here, huh? It's Missile! Missile is here? Okay. Yes, I think even I remember who you are by now. What do you suppose that shock was a minute ago? I have no idea, of course. I'm just a little sheltered apartment dog. Look at that dog! But with my loss of memory, I can't say I'm much better. Anyway, let's hurry up and go save Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla. Do you think that trusty nose of yours can sniff them out? Sorry to say, I don't think I can. Why did I even bother to ask? Yeah. But you do have the power to swap objects. So let's go find that lady detective and the little lady together. You got it! Alright. Huh? Telephone is ringing. Wow! It's Miss Camilla, I just know it. My trusty nose is practically screaming at me. I think you'd call that more of a hunch. Anyway, let's go get to that telephone before it stops ringing. You bet! Okay. Alright, I want to be here. And I'm sure Missile can swap these two balls. And that will make it so that this goes up and that goes down. Yes. Look at that. Don't you just love that animation? It's so smooth. Alright, let's try that again. Wait a minute. Can I make it so that... don't talk. Well, we could talk again. That black hello is calling to us. Black hello? Oh, you mean the telephone? I almost feel like I could actually talk to Miss Camila now. That just might be one of the perks of being dead. Anyway, let's get to that phone before the line goes dead. You bet. Alright. Let's do it again. There we go. Oh no. The line was knocked off. I think I just heard another little explosion in the distance. Got a bad feeling about this. Sissel, look. That black hello. It came off the hook. Uh-oh, I better answer it fast. Hello? Is anybody there? It's her, the little lady. It's Sissel, where are you? Somebody please answer. I guess she can't hear my voice. You too, huh? Oh, good. I thought she was ignoring me. Somebody help me. Lynn is... She said Lynn. Miss Lynn! We'd better hurry. Let's go, Sissel. Go there. She's dead! Oh no! It's no use. Nobody is answering. She's dead again! No! Miss Camila! And... Miss Lynn! Oh, poor Miss Lynn. Yeah, she can't seem to catch a break. That's what, the 4th or 5th time she's died in this game? She just keeps dying. Looks like another tragedy has happened. Sorry to keep you waiting, little lady. Sissy, I knew you'd come. Miss Camila! Miss Camila! And Missile, too. I'm so glad to see you're alright. Well, I wouldn't say I'm alright exactly. Hey, wait a minute. Missile, your voice. I think I remember hearing it somewhere before. What? My voice? That's right. Camila has a core now, so that means... She did hear Missile's voice before, when he saved her at that time. So that was you, wasn't it, Missile? You're the one who saved me in the park tonight. Thank you. Miss Camila. I'm so glad I was born your little doggy. Hey, Missile. Could you stay here and watch over your mistress for a while? Huh? But don't you need my powers? I'll see what I can do on my own for a while. After all, you're the only one who can protect her. Okay, I'll do it! Thank you, Missile. I love this game. Okay. I wonder what happened this time. I better talk to the little lady a little more. And then, I better do something about the detective lady. Alright, let's talk to the little lady. Can I talk to you a minute? Yes, sissy? Could you tell me what happened to you? What happened after I last saw you at your old house? Oh, let's see. After that, I think I fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of an engine. Compact. Yes. Whoops! I hit the button again. I'm sorry. I keep hitting it. It's right there. So she was already in the submarine by then, eh? I thought to myself, I have to escape. Next thing I knew, I found myself in this big room. I was so tired I couldn't move. And then... Camila! I was so relieved. I don't remember what happened after that. She must have passed out, the poor thing. You've been through so much. You were very brave. I think Lynn's probably been through more than me. You've both been brave. Okay. Sorry I can't help right now, Sissel. But I think I'd better stay with Miss Camila. Yeah, that's alright. I think so too. After all, you're the only one who can protect her. Oh, thank you, Sissel. Yes? Could you say that again? I really like the sound of that. Yeah, maybe later. Oh boy. Alright. Can I reach her from here? No. Turn the wheel. Okay, Lynn. What'd you do this time? How'd you die? Oh, Sissel, you're here. Lynn, what in the world happened here? I don't know. Huh? I just sort of blacked out all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know in that case. And where's Detective Jowd? Is he alright? I don't know. Huh? The room he was in just disappeared all of a sudden. Now it's all making even less sense than before. After we left the super's office, we followed after the man in red. We tracked him with that radio transmitter Inspector Cabanela fired into him with that bullet. The man in red took a boat out to sea from a small harbor on the edge of town. Detective Jowd and I managed to secretly stow away on his boat. Then we sneaked onto the submarine with him when it surfaced. Before long, the submarine dove back down again. Detective Jowd and I decided to split up. He would take care of the telephone line, and I would look for Camila. I found Camila hiding here in the engine room. She had escaped and run away here. Wow, that's quite an adventure. What happened next? I don't know. Huh? There was a flash of white all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Oh boy, sounds like it'll be quicker to see for myself. Let's rewind time. Miss Yanoa, engine room. Camila, are you okay? Wow. Camila? Hello, Lynn. Where's the detective now? It's been 10 years since we last met. Are you really that man from the park 10 years ago? Well, I see there's no need to introduce myself. Give Camila back. She has nothing to do with any of this. Afraid I can't do that. This is my last chance. The phone is ringing. It's not for me. Nobody ever calls the dead. The fact that you're here means that my revenge plan has failed. Revenge plan? It didn't happen tonight, did it? His execution? Well, knowing him, I half expected as much. That's why I was waiting here like this, waiting for him to show up. Wouldn't it be just what he wanted? To be executed by his own daughter? I heard about 10 years ago. I feel sorry about what happened to you. But revenge? Nobody could possibly know what I've... What in the world? An explosion? Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Have I been had? Look out! Revenge, huh? It's a feeling I just can't understand. Of course not. You're not him. She's right. I'm not him, am I? He's going to shoot Detective Jowd. As Camila when he came to rescue her. It's just too horrible. Anyway, let's bring you back to life again. She didn't have to add the again part. How many times have we saved her now? Okay. So let's see. The cause of death this time was that mysterious explosion. You're pretty up for a dead woman. You know how detectives love a good mystery. It's like a shot of vitamins. What do you mean for a dead woman? Anyway, I guess we should look for a way to stop that explosion. Alright, let's do this thing. Finding clues is like a dose of minerals to a detective. I'm afraid with my memory loss, I have no idea what the vitamins or minerals are. Watch out! Okay. It's been 10 years. Okie dokie. Can't reach anything yet. I guess I'll hear it again. Phone's ringing. Time to trick. Now I can turn this, but what does it do for me? Alright. What are you talking about? The receiver has to be off the hook first, silly. Okie dokie. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, don't look at me. I can't do it. I don't have any hands or feet right now. Somebody please answer the phone. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself. Doesn't it fall off the hook at some point? Or am I misremembering? Is that what I use? Let's see. Oh, hey, I got it off the hook. But is it too late? Did it stop ringing already? They hung up. Can't use the phone line now. Maybe we should have gone when you had the chance. Yeah. So what were you trying to do? Pretend everything was perfectly fine? Hee hee. What? Alright, let's try again. Let's try that one more time. With the correct timing. It's been 10 years. Let's see what else we have here. Massive machinery, huh? Oh boy. Seems like a complex scene. The phone is ringing. Let's get that phone, shall we? Yahoo! Hey, we somehow managed to knock down the receiver. Somehow managed? Who's to say that's not how I planned it? Come on, hurry. Now's your chance to get on the phone. It might be Detective Jowd. She's right. I'd better check it out. Hello? Anybody there? If anybody's still there, get yourself here on the double. We're about to head out. Speak up. Why don't you answer? Anybody, come if you're coming. We're leaving. Hey, let's try it. Let's see what's up here. So it must be true what they say. There are restless ghosts on board. New info has been added. That does it. I promised to turn over a new leaf, Mom. Who's he calling restless ghosts? Well, it's true neither of us is really resting in peace. Anyway, looks like the sub just lost one of its crew. Guess that means the fate of this sub has changed slightly. Sissel has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. It's Detective Jowd, what's going on here? I saw this little deal go down once before. In just a moment, the man in red is about to get his Temsic fragment taken away. I don't get it. What's happening? They decided to conclude the deal without the other party present. They're just going to go ahead and steal the Temsic fragment. Huh? That's cheating! I think we have more important things to think about right now. Where's the Temsic fragment going to go? What do these switches do? It won't budge, maybe it's broken. This valve, what does it do? Open the wastebasket here. Open it and then go here. Then I can go here. But I can't go much further. Oh, I can go to the Temsic fragment, the capsule. Oh. Aha! Ah, the Temsic fragment. You're mine at last. The objective has been achieved. Now we detach the control room as planned. Yes, sir. Farewell, sir. Look at those people cramped into that thing. Sissel, what just happened? The whole room just disappeared with Jowd in it. Don't worry, Lynn. I bet Detective Jowd can take care of himself. The main thing right now is rescuing you and the little lady. I can't believe this is happening. Now then, I'd better hurry along before Sissel discovers what he's lost and comes after me. Yonoa will be his coffin. May it lie buried here in the deep sea forever. Farewell, Sissel. Ah, so that's the cause of that giant explosion. Huh, what is? Tell me that's another thing you've forgotten. The torpedo. It's like, well, you've heard of a missile before, haven't you? Yeah, sure. But a different missile comes more readily to mind. It looks like he plans to sink the submarine with that thing. This is not good. We have to do something before that torpedo is fired. We can't let it launch. But what can we do? Let's just get that torpedo. Let's just get to the torpedo as fast as we can. Maybe we can find a way to stop it somehow. Somehow? A true detective never gives up. Well, we certainly can't just ignore it. Okay. It's a lever and that's it. Okay. I'm in the torpedo. There's no time. It's gonna launch. Don't worry, we can still find a way to stop it. What? How? Even if the torpedo does launch, we just have to stop it from detonating, right? There's still something we can do. I hope. Why was the I hope at the end the strongest part of that sentence? Okay, here goes. Well, why is there a rat inside of the torpedo? There's a rat in here? I came along for the ride without giving it too much thought. Was this really the best move? I think so. You just have to keep it from going off, right? I'm sure this poor little rat will thank us too. How in the world did it get in here? There's a rat inside a torpedo. Do you know how a torpedo works? No, I can't say I do. Wow, detectives sure know a lot. I saw it explained once in a book. On impact, the fuse on the tip is depressed. That in turn sets off the detonator. Detonator, huh? That must be that red button. So how do we stop it? They didn't explain anything about that in the book. Wow. Detectives sure know a lot. Or not. Okay. I think these outside parts are supposed to be weights of some sort. Spinning black things, right? Apparently their spinning helps the torpedo maintain its balance. They must be pretty heavy. I wonder if we can use these weights to our advantage somehow. Okay, I can stop that. I just squished that rat. This looks like just the thing. If we clamp this thing on the fuse, it should keep it from moving. So what does that mean exactly? It means that we might be able to stop the torpedo from exploding with this. I have to admit, I don't understand all the details, but I do want to give it a try. Before we can do that, it looks like we have to get something out of the way first, huh? Let's see. Huh. Let's try this. Detonator. You don't press it. Uh-oh, better be careful. Safety device, huh? Let's put the safety on before this thing blows up. Let's try this. He holds it up! It's a stubborn little thing, isn't it? Quite a worthy adversary. You do know the rat is the main focus here, don't you? Okay, true. Until it's out of the way, we can't set the safety device. You're right. If only our missile was here right now. We have to get this little creature to leave somehow. That little rat! He's so good! He's so strong! We're almost out of time. At this rate, we're gonna blow up the submarine. Uh-oh. We have to set that safety and keep the torpedo from detonating. Try again. He's so strong! Stop them while they're both up, maybe? Whoa. Huh? I see. Hey, we do. Yeah, the animals are great. I really like the animals in this game. Me too. Great. We've dumped the little creature off. Wow, those weights were heavy enough to turn the whole torpedo over. Now for that safety device. Right. Let's do it. Yes. There, we clamped the safety device on. We did it. That should keep this torpedo from exploding. There's just one problem. Problem? What's that? The torpedo is still going to impact. Is it impact or impact in this case? We can't do anything about that. Uh-oh. It just gets lodged. Whoops. What was that noise? Huh. Looks like the torpedo still hit the submarine. Looks like the submarine is still okay. This changes everybody's fate, including the little rats. Sissel, we did it! We did it! We did it! We really did it! What's the matter? You still look unhappy. We stopped the torpedo from blowing up. Stress on him, I think. We still opened up a gaping hole in the submarine. You're right, I guess. Guess that's just what missiles do. They're unstoppable. Huh? Am I hearing things? Anyway. I guess we better get back to the present as quickly as we can. Right, I'm worried about Camila. Managed to stop death for now, but it hasn't disappeared altogether. It's now slowly but surely filling the room. Uh-oh. The water is seeping through the hole where the torpedo hit. Got to get them out of there. I'd better go meet up with Lynn. Okay. Fan. Lights went out, but this machine apparently still works. Fortunately, I guess it won't run for very long. Maybe I can use its movements to help me create a path. Better hurry over to Lynn. It's not safe to stay here. I just don't have the power to stop that water from coming in. Each of the 3 machines is equipped with a fan. Now that I take a closer look, it appears there are 2 sizes of fans. Alright. Ah! There we go. There's my path. Surely. Go. Piston up. Oh, it's going by fast here. There we go. I'm at the flashlight. Lynn. Camilla, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I pointed that gun at you. Don't worry about that. That wasn't you. Miss Camilla. Oh, Missile, you're here. Oh, poor Miss Camilla. Miss Lynn, what should we do? We have to get out of here before any more water comes in. Sissel should be along any second. I knew Sissy would come. And Missy is here too. I'm so happy everybody's going to be with me now. Camilla! Miss Camilla! I'll get you out of here. If it's the last thing I do. Oh, I think I'm gonna cry. Or whimper, as the case may be. Better send the signal to Lynn that I'm here before it's too late. Okay, I said I'd get you out of here, Camilla. But it's so dark, I can barely see. Now what? Out of ideas already, eh? I think she's asking for my help. I should send her a signal. Oh, look at that flashlight. It's Sissel. He's here. Up you go. Glad you're here, Sissel. Sorry for the wait. Looks like this room is gonna fill up with water fast. We better get out that door as quick as we can. We won't be getting out of that door, I'm afraid. The water pressure is too great already. I can't open it. What? What does water pressure mean? Think of it as the force of the water holding the door closed. Water level keeps getting higher and higher in here. So the only way out of here is up, huh? Exactly. Okay, got it. Let's look for a path that goes up. Hey, look at that ladder. Wonder if we can get it down somehow. Good idea. Let's try it. Another scam phone call. And another. They always call twice. Oh, and by the way, yes? I can't swim. Neither can Camila. Don't you have any good news for me? Let me think about it. In the meantime, could you hurry, please? Okay. Now, what? Okay. Can open the fuse box. That does what? Can move the hook. And it gets stuck. I can open this door. There's a door here too. It's stuck or something. I can't open it. I'll leave it to your superhuman strength, detective. Okay. Let's close the fuse box again. And lower with the switch. There we go. Eek! Whoa. The animation in this game is so smooth. What was that? Looks like water seeping in isn't the only thing we have to worry about. Huh? Sissel, the flashlight doesn't work anymore. Hey, don't get mad at me. Maybe the contacts are bad or something. Hey, I know. You can fix it with your powers. Okay, now that's just taking things too far. Oh, hey, great. Did you used to be an electrician in your past life or something? It's a cruel question considering the circumstances. Now, all we have to do is get to that door and we're safe. Eek! Uh-oh. Oh, oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa. That's no good. Ow. What happened now? Looks like the submarine decided to rear up on its hind legs. Can't believe we're still okay after that fall. Whoa. What? Okay. Either we're really lucky or we're dead and we just haven't realized it yet. Come on now, as if the latter could be true. Okay, what now? The water sure is rising fast. Come on. You just have to go up to the top. Let's see how I can help with my ghost tricks. Well, well, I think I see a familiar flame over there. Sissel, there you are. How's it going? How's it going? I'd say it was going pretty badly. You do understand how dangerous this situation is, don't you? Of course, after all. Just ask anybody who knows me how much I hate taking a bath. Maybe he's been in danger of drowning before himself. Okay, ready to create a path for these ladies? Of course! Let's go missile. And let's talk, first of all. Okay, Sissel, what do we do? I'm ready. Here's little doggy's raring to go after his rest. We have to create a path that will get Lynn up to the top and fast. So we'll look for anything and everything we can move and try things out. How about if we tip the whole submarine? If we could do that, there wouldn't be any problem. Well, in any case, I'm ready and raring to go. Alright. Let's see, I'm sure we want to swap these fans here. Probably want to swap these to this position first. I'm just guessing. But first of all, we need to... let's talk to Lynn. Go up is easier said than done when I'm holding Camila. I know. Breath sticks. I better burst. I know. We're gonna try to create a path for you somehow. The water just keeps on rising. Please hurry. And by the way, did I ever tell you you can't swim, neither can Camila? Oops, already said that, didn't I? Okay, well, good luck. Right. So, currently I can't move. But you can help me. Yeah, can you move me a bit closer? There you go, thank you. Now I need to operate this thing. These pistons sticking out right in front of me, it's almost like they're taunting me. Maybe it's a challenge. It must be just that. Think you can climb them? If I wasn't holding Camila, I think I could do it easily. Sissel, you're not telling me... You're not telling Miss Lynn to leave poor Miss Camila behind, are you? Could you just be quiet for a while, Missile? Those pistons sure do look like they could be used to our advantage. Right. Let's try swapping these two around. What will that do? Nothing, since they're the same size? Okay, can't go on any longer. More tired than I thought I would be. We need 3 different sizes of fans. Uh-oh, the water is still rising. It's up to my knees. And it's freezing cold. Just hold on. We better create a path fast. Hang in there, Miss Lynn. Thanks, Missile. Alright. Good night, Pamby. Thanks for hanging out. So, I need a different size of fan. Oh, there's one over here. Thank you. Now, I need you to operate this again. There, how about that? Oh, this is great! You made a staircase for me. You'd better hurry. I don't think that water is gonna wait for you. Look at how fast it's rising. Ouch! Now the steam is getting in the way. It's too hot to get through. What? There's no way to get around either. Think you can do something? Of course we can. We have to. Let's see what we can do. Missile? I'll need your help. Missile, can you just go to that thing? Is that possible? No? Then I need to get up there with Sissel. Right? Can't reach that. What? Can't reach. Come on now. So, why am I struggling here? Here comes that water again. Oh, I wish I could drink it all up for you. No, Missile, it's too salty. I think the more relevant point is that he's dead, so we can't drink it. Whatever, just do something about this steam. Leave it to me, Miss Lynn. Thanks, Missile. Okay, let's go here. And here. We have a bunch of gears. Aha. Look at this. If I swap the pipes, it changes how the steam comes out, huh? Oh, I get it. Because the cracks in each pipe are different, right? So each pipe sprays out steam in a different way, huh? Bet that will come in handy. Okay. Now swap these two. That's almost it. If I swap these two now, that should be it, right? No, no, no. Oh no, the water's getting really close now. Not that I can see all that well with all this steam here. Missile will swap the pipes around so you can get across. That's right, don't give up, Miss Lynn. My back is really starting to hurt. Okay. This wasn't right. Is there anything else I can do? Oh! No! You couldn't take a little warm mist? Hey, that was no warm mist. It was boiling hot steam. Anyway, looks like you're the key player for this one, Missile. But I don't think my powers alone are going to be enough. Wait, how did I get up here? What? How did I get up here? So by closing this valve, I've shut off the steam flow to that first pipe. Okay. Then I think we have this figured out. No problem. And this one can be swapped with this one. No, swap this one with this one. And that's the solution. There, how does that look? Looks great. All that horrible steam is cleared out of the way. Okay, it's not far now. Try to move forward. Ouch. Look up there. If I can just make it to that door, we can escape. How in the world am I gonna get up there? Don't yell at me. If you want to yell, you can yell at me. Missile. How can I yell at you when you're so sweet about it? I think you just did. Let's look for something to pull Miss Lynn up with. Yes, something to whisk Miss Lynn up and glide her ever so gently to the top with. Hey, are you being sarcastic? Okay. Let's use the hook. Hello. Alright, now this is what I'm talking about. Okay, raise away. Whoa! Ah. Okay. Sorry, I can't do it. Open it, hurry. Is that any way to ask for something? It's no use, I can't budge it. It must be stuck. Oh no. No! This way. Oh, a robot arm? Eh? Just happened. I can't believe my eyes. Lynn and the little lady suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness and seawater. The submarine continues to sink down into the deep, deep sea. But I still want to try and make my way up as far as possible. I still want to head up to find a single ray of light to illuminate the truth at the bottom of this deep, deep darkness. Alright. Let's save. How much is left? Because I feel like we should probably take a break here. How you feeling, Haru? You ready to finish this off? Or should we take a break? What do you think? If you're here, should we keep playing? Or should we take a break and play tomorrow, maybe? Ah, we could give it a break at this point. I don't know how much of the game I have left. I'm not sure. But it feels like we're near the end, for sure. But I feel like I kind of need a break at this point. Um, you know, narrating every single bit of dialogue for so long, it takes a lot out of you. What do you think? Leave it up to how to continue playing? Ah, I don't. I feel like we should probably take a break for now and finish it tomorrow. Today? Okay, let's do it. Let's keep going. Let's power through it. Chapter 17. How much is left? The upended submarine continues to sink, slowly but surely. A long, long journey to the bottom of the sea. Lynn and the little lady found the darkness and the salt water coming in on them. But at the very last second, something saved them. Now it looks down at them quietly. My head is filled with one giant question. What in the world is this thing? Eek! 17. Whoa. Feeling sick? No. No. I need you. I see you managed to survive, detective. Hey, you're... Excuse my appearance. I seem to have lost my body. Oh, and you there. You're the ghost who's been saving Lynn all evening, aren't you? You knew about me all along? Of course. What else would explain all those unnatural things happening? If you knew, how come you didn't do anything about it all this time? How come you decided to save us all of a sudden? Thought you wanted to get revenge on us. I don't really know. Please, you gotta tell me. I need to know. Who in the world are you? Sissel, look at you. What happened? I can't hold on to that image of myself any longer. You can't remember who you are? That's right. Came all this way tonight, trying to chase down my lost memory. For quite a bit of tonight, I thought I was you, Sissel. Sissel? My name isn't Sissel. Bet you'll remember really soon. Who you are, and who I am too. What? The man in front of me is not me. I'm even further away from the truth. Or maybe not. Something is stirring in my mind, a memory about to emerge. Do I know this man? Now that I've shed my image of myself, I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. They got us good. It's all over for this submarine. Its engine room is destroyed. There's a hole in the hull, and it's sinking as we speak. What are you doing here? Thought you had a deal with those people. They betrayed me. I was a fool to trust them. They already have what they wanted now. A Temsec fragment. Didn't know they had it all figured out. You mean they figured out the source of your powers? Yeah, that meteorite's radiation has two effects on living creatures. It gives power and time. If you don't mind, would like to hear more. These 10 years I've been watching that junkyard superintendent do his research. And I think I've got some of it figured out. The meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers. Be right back, okay. Like possessing and manipulating objects. And in my case, swapping objects. Exactly. Apparently, there are individual differences in the powers we get. And it seems these powers change as time goes by. They do? Yeah, my powers have changed over these past 10 years. At first, I could only manipulate small living creatures. Now then, how do you suppose we got these powers? It's simple. That is, how then? In a nutshell, we died while exposed to the energy emitted by the meteorite, its radiation. That's what does it? Dying while exposed to radiation? On that day 10 years ago. A fragment of that meteorite pierced my heart, and I died. So of course I received special powers. Hey, wait a minute. Is that how I got my powers too? You know, you might be right. Oh, wow. Aren't the Temsec remnants still right there in that park, at the bottom of the crater? You're right. So that must mean I must have died in the presence of the meteorite's radiation, too. Radiation's time effect. Another effect that the meteorite's radiation has on us is that it gives us time. Again, I think this time effect is centered around the theme of death, but it's not all that clear. So the fact that I can return to 4 minutes before a person's death is another effect of the meteorite. One of the characteristics of that meteorite is its ability to replay the moment of death. Replay the moment of death. Ah, this is all strange and confusing. I can't take it all in. Makes about as much sense as me to makes about as much sense to me as anything else. Yeah, strange and confusing. That just about sums up the object that pierced my body that day. Thanks to that meteorite fragment, my very existence is a contradiction. What do you mean? That day, when the fragment pierced my heart, I lost my life. However, because it remained inside of me, that fragment continued to constantly regenerate my body. In other words, my body was continuously cycling between the moments that separated my life and death. What? My body's vital functions stopped 10 years ago. My body's time is perpetually stopped at the moment just before death. Time just stopped, huh? So I just simply existed, not really alive, not really dead. That pretty much sums up these past 10 years for me, ever since that incident in the park. My body hasn't aged a day. My hair hasn't grown an inch. Come to think of it, that old pigeon guy mentioned something. He said he couldn't cut this guy's body with a scalpel. So I guess as soon as the incision was made, his body would be regenerated. Wow. Revenge. Before I left this country, I wanted to do one thing. I wanted to get revenge on the people who stole our lives. Our lives? As part of the deal, I made those guys promise to cooperate. Cooperate? You mean the kidnapping? It all went fine. I manipulated the justice minister and made him issue the execution order. But I thought he might call off the execution at the last second. So that's why you wanted his daughter kidnapped. They kidnapped the wrong girl. Little did I know. They had their own reasons for cooperating with me. Huh? Their objective was to wipe out everybody who had to do with Temsic. Detective Jad was one such person, so they were happy to cooperate. Inspector Cabanela and that junkyard super, they were slated to be wiped out too. And as it turns out, I was one of their targets as well. But they stole my Temsic fragment, and here I am. They had one more final target. You, detective. Me? If you weren't there in the park that day 10 years ago, I never would have thought of doing something as stupid as taking a hostage. Okay. But I was just a little kid playing in the park. Yeah, I know. Huh? 10 years later, and you'd become a detective looking into Jowd's case. Tonight I invited you to a quiet spot on the edge of town. It was a trap, you see. I told you who I was. You never saw my face that day 10 years ago. So of course you didn't recognize me. I took possession of you and made you shoot me. Subconscious resisted me, such incredible power. It was the first time I wasn't able to control somebody completely. The aim was off, and the first shot missed the mark. The junkyard was equipped with security cameras. I knew you'd be wanted for murder. That was my plan anyway. They had other ideas. They simply wanted you wiped out. But then, something threw a big monkey wrench into their scheme. I showed up. Supposed to meet up with them after that. Then something went wrong. What happened? My body disappeared. Aha, the inspector in white was responsible for that one. My precious bargaining chip was in that body. Had to get it back no matter what. That inspector caused me no end of trouble. But why were those people targeting me? I never even heard of the Temsic meteorite. Because you were looking into the Jowd case. You thought you would find out about Temsic sooner or later. Alright, but who are you, and who am I? That's pretty much the whole story. Only thing left to do now is wait for the water pressure to crush this submarine. Oh no. There are no cores that link from here to the water's surface. I have an idea. Hook up the phone line and... There are no communication cables down this deep. They meant for this submarine to be my coffin. A coffin for the dead. There's no escape. I think I kind of understand now. What you've been feeling these 10 years. You what? This feeling, cut off from the world, all alone in a submarine. Sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. This must be how you felt all along. Lynn? Camilla? Is it true we're stuck here? What? Oh, my dad. My dad was here. I bet he'd save us. Oh, Camilla, I'm so sorry. That's funny. What is it, Sissel? There's something I don't understand. Why would they go to all the trouble of detaching the control room? What? Why didn't they just steal the Temsic fragment and escape, if that's what they wanted? Why do they have to jettison your body off into the sea? That's a good question. Guess it doesn't matter why now. We'll never find it again. We have no idea where it was launched to. Wait a minute. Yes, we do. This will tell us where Detective Jowd is. That present from the inspector in white. That's right, Detective Jowd told me to hold on to it for him. The bullet's still in the person's body in the command room, right? Then we should be able to tell exactly where it is with this. But even if we find out where it is, how do we get there? We should be able to figure something out between the three of us. With our powers, right, Miss Lynn? Right, oh, wait a minute. What about a torpedo? A torpedo? In any case, it's way too early to give up. Looks like Detective Jowd is our last hope. Come on, let's get started. Okay. Let's talk to Camila. So my dad isn't here on the submarine? Don't worry, we're gonna go get him right now. Okay. Hope I didn't hurt Lynn's feelings, what I said about my dad saving us if he was here. Oh, don't worry about that. Comments like that just roll right off Miss Lynn's back. She's really thick-skinned. Ouch. I'm gonna start being tougher too. I want to make my dad proud of me. Miss Camila. I'm sure your dad is very proud of you, Camila. Let's see. So his shell is definitely there in the command room, right? Just without the fragment. It's there, yeah. I don't know about calling it a shell. Detective Jowd's watch will tell us exactly where it is. Right. He said it was a radio receiver, didn't he? There might still be another torpedo on this submarine. If we use it, we can get to Detective Jowd. It's a brilliant plan, Detective. You think so? So what are you gonna do? Ride on top of the torpedo? Of course not. You guys are gonna go. Darn, I kinda wanted to see that. Did you want to see me drown? Alright. Control panel. The grapes? Why is this machine shoving grapes at me? This looks like the private cabin of the top officer, doesn't it? This machine is probably for feeding him grapes while he lies in bed. Oh, it sounds heavenly. I've been thinking about this for a while now. But don't you think that country's use of technology is a little off? Hey Celia, how you doing? Says the guy who made a deal with said country. Anyway, it looks like the arm of this machine is a bit busted. Yeah, like so. Okay. Lunch break. Nice. And operate. And go. You're working, huh? Have a nice day at work. Let's get up there and get up on here. There's a telephone. I can dial. Let's go to the torpedo room. Torpedo room, huh? There might be another torpedo left there. I'll go check it out. Oh, I get it. You're gonna go use a missile to ram the control room. Well, I don't know about ram. We don't want to blow Detective Jowd up, but something like that. We'll climb up to the torpedo room too. Up is definitely safer. Okay, I'll see you there then. Looks like the torpedoes can be launched manually with these switches. There are 2 tubes, so there should be 1 more left. Because the first thing we have to do is load it into the tube. When it comes to missiles, you can count on me. I'll enter the coordinates of the command room into the torpedo. You can just do that. And I just turned on the backup power. We ought to be able to use the switches now. Okay, let's try it. Good luck. Yeah, good luck and good work. How's it going there? Just calculating the command room's coordinates now. Have to put on a slight offset though, I don't want it to blow up. I'm sure Detective Jad would appreciate that. Well, leave this to me. Good luck with offloading the missile. Okay, thanks. What will happen to these two ladies? I think that's up to us and our powers. What? It's no time to be standing around unsure of ourselves. Will you lend me your strength missile? Me? Of course I will. Count on it. Okay. This one will budge. The other one will not. Let's talk to Camila. Please help my dad, sissy. I'll be okay here. I'm not scared. Leave it to me, Camila. We'll be back with your father to save you, I promise. Wait a minute, Sissel. But what is it? What you just said. I wanted to say that. Thank you, Missile. We can do it. I know we can. Swap the levers. Does that do anything? Won't budge. Alright. Let's try this then. There we go. There we go. That torpedo looks serviceable. All set on this end too. Something's odd. What is? Command room. Looks like it's slowly sinking. Sinking? Yeah, like it's completely run out of power. I wonder what happened. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Right. Okay, hop into the missile. I'll launch it for you. Okay, thanks. Let's go. Already set the torpedo's course. It'll head toward the command room where Detective Jowd is. 12 seconds after launching, it will pass by the command room for an instant. That instant will be your window of opportunity to jump over to the command room. Okay, got it. And we'll find a way to come back and save you. That'll probably be my last task tonight. Just hold on until we get back. Okay, come on, Missile. Missile? I'm sorry, I can't go. What? I just can't. How could I leave? I can't leave Miss Lynn and Miss Camila behind. I can't do it. Missile. I swapped the switches so the missile can be launched. You'll have to do the rest, Sissel. I can't do it either. I can't ask Missile to come with me after that. I understand exactly how he feels. I want you to go, Missile. What? But Miss Lynn. You staying here won't change our fate. But if you go with Sissel, you might be able to make something happen, and that's our only hope. Laugh or lol? Let's see. Laugh in Norwegian is le. Le. Very simple. Uh, to laugh is å le. He laughs. Han ler. Le. I think that would just be more like ha 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 ha. Right? Maybe le. Yeah. It might be closer to that, yeah. Yeah. Le. Han ler, yeah. She laughs. Hun ler. They laugh. De ler. We laugh. Vi ler. And then also we is watashi tachi, right? We. And then watashi, I laugh. Jeg ler. There we go. Yeah. Right? I think that's right. Yeah. It's a very simple word in Norwegian. Thanks for redeeming that. You might be able to make something happen, and that's our only hope. Arigato. But what if something doesn't happen? I'll never be able to see you again. Never, ever again. Even I can understand that. I couldn't stand that. Don't worry, Missile. Miss Camila, you're back. Welcome back. I just know you and Sissy can make something happen. I believe in you. I'll be right here waiting for you. We'll see each other then. Don't worry. Miss Camila! That's a good boy, Missile. Now, are you ready? Gonna ruin my stream by saying this? What? You got your driver's license? Nice, man. I knew you would do it. I knew you would do it. Good job. I knew it. I failed my first time. And it was no problem next time. The second attempt, I got it, no problem. Congratulations. Congratulations. You earned it. Now drive safe, you hear? You almost failed, Ethan. Yeah. Huge storm, huh? It was storming while you were taking the test? That's rough. Alright. Remember, it's 12 seconds after I throw this switch. We're ready. I knew you'd do it. Good job. Sissel? Yes? We never found out who you really were. That doesn't matter now. All I know is I'm truly glad I met you tonight. Thank you for everything. And I'm glad I met you, Detective. We're going to see each other again, right, Sissy? Right, Missile? That's right. We promise, little lady. Of course we will! I'll never forget you, no matter what happens. 15 points. You missed 13 out of 100. Probably should... yeah. I could use a good stretch right about now. I'll never forget you, no matter what happens. Here goes, then. Good luck, friend. "12 seconds, huh? These 12 seconds are lasting an eternity. I strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. No? What's this word? I'm not familiar with it. Noshi? Meaning what? Noshi. What does it mean? Strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. She's waving her arms. Ah. Text only, not spoken. Ah. Okay. Like so? No. I see. It's a... I see. It's like a stick figure arm that's animated, that's waving like that. That's great. That's great. Nice. Hey, you see it? That's cute. But how can a ray of light, of hope, reach this far down into the deep sea? Before I can think of an answer, the 12 seconds are up. Detective Jowd. If that big masked man did this, I'm gonna bite him. You'd better not. It might break your teeth. Command room has lost power and is sinking. I wonder what this masked man is going to do. Let's talk to Detective Jowd. You were offered a permanent position at your job? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Well done. Nice. Isn't the one you're currently at? Because you're having some troubles with that place. I hope those issues get resolved. I hope. I mean, problems with, co-workers, stuff like that. Gotta figure that out. Did that come straight from your boss, or? Of course it would have, right? Inferiority. Everything's coming up, Celia. Yeah, man. That's good stuff, man. Really good stuff. Is it because you got your driver's license, or how did that happen? Alright. Maybe. Did he get wind of it? Alright. Jowd. Sorry for the wait, Detective Jowd. Who are you? Are you Sissel? Please excuse my appearance. Can't believe you made it here. How's Camilla? And what about Lynn? Well, it's kind of a long story. I told Detective Jowd about everything that happened on the submarine Unoa. So the submarine is badly damaged. Why would he do that to his own submarine? I wish I knew. I know the answer to that one. It's because he's afraid of my powers. You followed us? I didn't even notice. It's been 10 long years, Detective Jowd. Are you Yomiel? So you remember me, do you? They promoted you when you threatened to quit? Power move. Well done. Well done. Exactly, man. Good stuff. How could I possibly forget? So that's your real name, huh? Yomiel? That's right. But those people on the Unoa were calling you Sissel. It's just an alias I was using for my deal with them. I didn't see any need to tell them my real name. Alright, catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. And, I'll talk to you later. Have a good one. Have a nice day at work. Could you do me a favor? Would you let me ask you some questions? I'm trying to find out my true identity all night. Sure, go ahead. I'm sure there's plenty we can still tell you, right, Detective Jowd? Working till 9, stop by if you want. Alright. Now I make as much as my old doo-doo and assistant supervisor. Plus I get to tell him how to do his job. Good. Right. About Yomiel. 10 years ago. You were a top systems engineer, weren't you? Systems engineer? What's that? By the way, I'm a top Pomeranian, you know. Well, it's kind of hard to explain to a dog, but it's a person who is good at using computers. I don't mean to brag, but I was one of the best in the industry. That's how I got roped into joining that project. Project? What project? It was a project aimed at reorganizing the nation's top secret information. The goal was to build a new system using multidimensional programming theory. What? I was about to join the project by an agent of the government. Doesn't sound like something a top Pomeranian would know anything about. To me, it just sounded like another challenging job. However, this project was also the target of a secret plot. Bet you can imagine the kind of crime the nation's top secrets might attract. I never thought for the life of me I'd ever have to deal with spies. It was never made public, but every organization in this country moved on this one. And then one day, the name of a certain programmer emerged as a suspect. I was the guy who built the core of the system. The police arrested you, and then that incident happened. You escaped from the interrogation room and took little Lynn as a hostage. By the way, Detective Jowd, when was it that I was proven innocent? About 6 months after your death. I'm so sorry, Yomiel. 10 years ago. My soul was split from my body, and I lost everything. I was sealed in eternal darkness. I exited in this world. No question about that. Existed, but nobody noticed my presence. What good were my powers? They didn't help anybody. But even the passage of time could heal my pain. In fact, it only made it worse. I wanted to disappear, but I wasn't even allowed to do that. The way Lynn described it is exactly right. Sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. An overwhelming feeling of loneliness and despair. And I wanted all of you to suffer what I was suffering. So that's why you murdered Alma. That's right. I wanted you to know what it was like to lose everything you cared about. I wanted you to feel the same pain I felt. What? It was the twisted wish of a mind poisoned by infinite loneliness. And then, as I was plotting my revenge, I had an idea. I came up with a plan to use these powers of mine to make a deal. There's something I just don't understand about that deal. I'm sure your powers would be very valuable to them, but what would you get out of the deal? A new life. Life? I asked them for 2 conditions. Number 1 was that they help with me with my revenge plot. And the second was a rebirth for me. A rebirth? A new beginning, eh? I didn't care if it was a fake life, an artificial life. I just wanted a physical receptacle for my soul, a name, an identity, an everyday life. I wanted to grow old in a society that would accept me. And finally, I wanted to die surrounded by a loving family. That's the kind of life I asked them for. A completely man-made life. That's right. I knew I couldn't hope for anything more than that. To make it all come true, I knew it would take a lot of money and a lot of power. That's why I decided to ask a national government to help me. The response in the end was betrayal. They were making their moves much more carefully than I suspected. They sent spies to this country and researched my powers on their own. And they even figured out what Temsik was all about. You had no idea they were doing all this? None at all. I was a fool. So then, why did they go through all the trouble of making a deal with you? Why didn't they just steal a hunk of the Temsik meteorite from the park? They couldn't. Huh? After the manipulator incidents, research was conducted in this country too. A report was submitted to the government about the source of the manipulator's power. By Inspector Cabanela and the old pigeon guy, eh? At first, the government didn't believe the report. But then they decided to put the park under surveillance just in case. Surveillance, huh? It just looks like an ordinary peaceful park, but there are armed agents there at all times. Don't tell me that odd leaflet guy is one of them. No, not him. He's just a plain old odd person. That park is like a silent battlefield on an international scale. So that's why they couldn't steal the Temsic meteorite. Lately, under the pretense of building a housing site, I've been working on a plan to destroy that park in order to secure the Temsic meteorite. So that's it, eh? So the upshot of your grand deal was this, eh? Yeah, it's the ending I deserved. But at least there's one thing you must be happy about. What's that? You've managed to seal me away at the bottom of the sea forever. Well, shall we get started? Started with what? Bring Detective Jowd back to life, of course. What? What good will that do now? But we promised. Promised Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla would save them. We can't do that without you, Detective Jowd. I'm guided by fate tonight to this place. I won't give up now. Alright, fine. Let's see where it leads us. Here we go then. Back to 4 minutes before your death. So, where are we headed? We're not headed anywhere, Detective. What? There's only enough fuel on board to launch us away, Detective. We'll run out soon, and that will be our destination, Detective. What are you talking about? That would mean that you're trapped here, too. By the way, I'm not human, Detective. I am a remote-controlled robot, Detective. What? Your country's use of technology is just plain off. We get that a lot, Detective. Why would you go to all the trouble to do this? There's nothing but a... That's nothing but a shell there. It's hardly a threat anymore. Commander Sith likes to provide against any possibility, no matter how small, Detective. Possibility? What are you talking about? There's no need for you to know, Detective. Now it is time to say goodbye, Detective. In the end, your fate remains the same, it seems, Detective. Grrr. Camilla, forgive me. It isn't over yet. It isn't? Remember what that big masked man said? Any possibility, no matter how small. Possibility. In other words, there must be a chance here somewhere. possibility of turning this situation around. Yeah. Huh? What is it, Detective? Look at Yomiel's shell. There's no aura emanated from his body. Of course there isn't. Temsic fragment is gone. Could this change in the shell give us some kind of lead? Figured it out. I know what this possibility, no matter how small, is that they're afraid of. What is it? My time was perpetually stopped, thanks to the power of Temsic. His body cycled between the moments that separated his life and death. Right, but not anymore. The Temsic fragment has been taken away. Exactly. So what does that mean? I get it. Your body won't come back to life anymore. The moment the Temsic fragment was removed, my shell became a regular corpse. So let's see, that means we can go back to 4 minutes before your death? But wait a minute. Exactly when is that death? That's simple. We'll find out when we get there. Let's move. Okay. I fell back through the cracks of time for what seemed like forever. Then I saw it, the final death at the end of this long night. Who exactly am I? I've already seen all the clues. All I have to do now is remember. The final journey to the truth starts now. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Final chapter. When was Yomiel's death? It was 10 years ago, when the Temsic meteorite fell. We traveled back through time, and now we're here, at the scene of that death. The start of it all is about to replay itself. Give it up. Do you really think you can outrun me? Eek. Now just calm down and drop that weapon. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. It's a cat! Why is there a cat? Huh? Oh, a kitten. Shoo, you might get hurt. Eh? You alright now? Are you hurt? You saved me, mister. I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you. What's your job, mister? Me? I'm a police detective. So that's the Temsik meteorite, eh? It's beautiful looking at it from this angle. It changed all of our fates completely. We can't stop Temsik from falling from the sky. We might be able to protect you from that fragment and save your life. Huh? I don't know. What's the matter, Detective Jowd? To be perfectly honest, I'm scared. If that meteorite fragment doesn't get him, I'm pretty sure I would have shot him. We might not be able to change your fate of dying. I can accept that. What I did is inexcusable. No matter how the future might change, the fact will never go away. If my fate is to die here, then I accept that. This will be our last battle against fate. Beyond that will be a new future. Okay, let's get started. Are we doing it anyway? Ah? Now, how are we gonna save you? If Lynn would just wander off somewhere, that would solve everything. When her sweet potato was almost ready, she's not gonna budge from that spot. But you know, it makes me wonder. Little girl all alone in the park listening to music and roasting a sweet potato? What kind of childhood did this girl have? Doesn't everybody have at least one day in their life like that? Give her a break. Anyway, Lynn won't budge from that spot. We'll just have to find... And we'll just have to have the fragment move instead. It's ready! Roasting a sweet potato. Meow! Come on. Roasted sweet potato examine. What in the world is this thing? Oh boy, you even forgot what a sweet potato is? It's a roasted root vegetable. It's good. There's nothing like them on a cold winter's day. They're sweet and they smell delicious. These guys are making me want to try one. Okay. Headphones. Stay back! What are you doing? You're gonna hurt poor Miss Lynn's ears. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. It really startled her. Even made her drop her sweet potato. I know how much this girl loves her food, too. Anyway. At least her fate was changed, albeit ever so slightly. I'll shoot her. Okay. Let's go. Let's rock this. This nozzle can spray water, which lets me do what exactly? Oh, look at that sweet potato. That big, scary sweet potato. That's not a sweet potato missile. That's Mino. Oh, right, of course. But look at them, the potato and Mino. Right now, they both have the same shape. So you're saying you could swap them, huh? Good idea, Missile. Okay, here I go. And I'm gonna need your help. My help? Oh, ha ha. I should have stayed on the sweet potato then, right? In that case, I need to go back. Right? I think so. Let's try it. Let's go rock. Go here. Trick, ghost, go sweet potato. Huh? Did I miss my timing? I think I missed the timing. Let's try again. Now let's go. Well, let's talk as well. Oh, poor Miss Lynn. I'm sorry. If you're so sorry, then put her down. Alright now, Missile. I was really out of my head that day. But we can talk about all this later. Thames meteorite is gonna fall very soon. Before that happens, I have to think of a way to do something about that fragment. I'll do everything I can to help too. This seems like the finale, huh? The final finale. Can swap this with this, and now we spray higher. And now we can swap this. Or we can swap this. Maybe I should swap this with this. Whoa! Oh look, the lamppost is bending. But it hasn't broken yet. Really is a wonder that it hasn't snapped. Might just hold out for a little while longer. If I recall, Tempsic fragment smashed through the glass lantern on its way down. But if Mino sits firmly in its way, then fate should change. Yes, I do. I guess we just wait now. I do have another game planned here. It's about time for that meteorite to come down. Don't worry, Missile. I think we're ready for it. Look what's right in the fragment's path. Okay, that giant sweet potato. If anything can get in the way, that ugly monster can. Ouch. Anyway, now the fragment's path is about to change. It's no secret. It's no secret. Here we go. There, how's that? Look, the fragment's course. It changed a little. Now, Yomiel's fate should really change. Wait a minute. Taking a look at the fragment's trajectory. Now that it's changed, what's in its path? In its path? No! Jowd's foot! Chemsic fragment shot through his leg. What? The cruel twists of fate weren't over yet. Come on, put it down. Jowd, put the gun down now. If you don't, you're gonna shoot him. I don't know if it's his detective training or what, but even though he's shaking from the pain, the gun doesn't waver. Put the gun down. No! I knew it. This is my true fate. In the end, I stole his life away with my own hands. I won't let that happen. Missile! The bullet is stopped in midair. I'm here, inside the bullet. Now let's swap it with something. What? With what? Detective Jowd. Meteorite fragment is what made you pull the trigger. We won't let you become a murderer. We have to prove that murder isn't the detective's true fate. To do that, we have to stop this bullet. There must be something with the same shape as the bullet around here. The sweet potato, surely. Sweet potato is here now. Oh yeah, this one. Right. No, we stopped the bullet, but we still couldn't save him. That's not true. My fate of getting pierced through the back might not have changed. But I'm still alive. What? I'm not dead, I'm just unconscious. Okay, so his fate of death, it's changed, but still. His fate is just too painful to watch in every sense. I don't think so. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough for me. But we were overlooking one thing. The wheel of fate was still slowly turning. Walk out! Wake up, you gotta get out of there. Damn it, my leg won't work. It's all over. We're out of time. Miss Lynn. It's not over yet. There isn't anything else to swap with. Why don't we just let it play out and then try to find another way next time? Even if she dies, all you have to do is possess her corpse. Then you can redo her last 4 minutes as many times as it takes. No, I won't do that. Why not? Sure, the fact of her death would be erased. Her memory of it will remain like a scar in her psyche. I won't let that happen. Not if I can help it. What can we do now? Even if we work together. I think there might be something that can be done. What is it? What can Sissel and I do? Don't forget, I'm here too. With 3 kinds of powers among us, we ought to be able to fight this battle. This battle against the fate of death. Yomiel. Sissel, your power is manipulating objects. Use your power to manipulate this. Huh? I don't get it. Just trust me, let's go. Alright, I'll try to move there. Now gather your strength and make a spring as if your life depended on it. I'm dead though. In that case, make a spray as if your death depended on it. Give it your all. And remember, you'll only have a split second. Okay, now do it. Got it. Now it's your turn, Missile. What? Me? What can I do? I think you know the answer to that. Okay, got it. You can swap them. The hunk of concrete will go back to its original position. But even if I swap them, it's still right above Miss Lynn. Don't worry. Okay, I'll do it. I'll swap them. It's no use. Can't stop that horrible Mino. What can we do now? I don't see how it's gaining a second. I don't see how gaining a second or two helped. Oh, it helped, alright. Those few seconds were exactly what I wanted. Last up, it's my turn. Your turn? Him. You know what my power is, right? I can manipulate living creatures. Wait a minute. You mean? That's right. I'm gonna save that little girl. Save her by manipulating my own unconscious body. Ye gods. Ah, you're awake. Hey, mister, is your knee okay? Huh? Oh, it'll be fine. It's just a scrape. Lucky it wasn't a fatal hit. But the main thing is that you're not hurt. You saved me, mister? I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you. What's your job, mister? Me? I'm a police detective. Do you think you could go call the police for me? I think you could do it quicker than I could. Power's going out? But only certain offices? That's funny. But... Interesting. What's that? It's a detective's badge. We give them to children who've been very brave. A detective's badge? Thanks. Okay, you know what to do, little detective. You alive? Yeah, sadly. Hang on, help is coming. What made you do such a reckless thing? To be perfectly honest, I don't really know. When I came to, my body was already moving all by itself. As if somebody else was controlling me. I see. But you know, I'm glad it happened. Hey, mister. I found this kitten. It was over there. Come to think of it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. It's probably a stray. It's kind of limp. Is it okay? I don't know. I think it's unconscious. That's funny. Doesn't look like it's injured or anything. Poor little kitty. How about if I take it to my house and look after it? Would you like to come home with me, little kitten? Well, looks like his fate just changed in a big way. Whose fate? That kitten's, of course. Sissel's. Sissel? The name Sissel echoes in my head. That's my real name. These long, lonely 10 years. You're my one and only friend. How about it? Do you remember now? Old friend. I think I finally remember. I was a cat the whole time. 10 years ago, I was a little kitten that wandered into this park. I was weak and all alone in the world. Somebody please look at me. Somebody please reach out a hand to me. I had just only died at the time. I'd lost everything, my life, my memory. My body couldn't move anymore, but I still managed to reach out a hand to him. Next thing I knew, my soul transferred to the black kitten. I had no recollection of who I was. I'd lived as a cat with you for a while. After a while, the man regained his memory. I went back to being just a cat. Then the man got his body back. Took my body back from the morgue. There was somebody I just had to go see, just one more time. I took control of my body and hurried to her house. But I was just a little too late. I had just missed her as she left this world. She left me a note that said, "I'm coming to you, Yomio." Man named me Sissel. It was the name of something important he had lost, along with his life. His fiancée. He told me about it once, but I didn't understand what it was. Those 10 years were very happy for me. But they weren't happy for the man. There was nothing I could do for him. For 10 years, I wandered through the darkness with no particular place to go. As time passed, my powers gradually changed. At first, I could only manipulate small creatures and objects. Then, after a while, I could manipulate people. That's when the darkness inside me deepened, and I started to get a little twisted. I wanted light. Distorted, artificial light. When I got my revenge on Lynn, I would see that light, or at least that's what I tried to believe. I left my old self buried in that junkyard and walked away. Black Cat. I was possessing Sissel then. It wouldn't look very much like a murder if the corpse got up and walked away after all. So you borrowed the body of your old friend. Sissel was inside that bag I was carrying tonight. I had no intention of leaving my friend behind in this country when I left. But then, when I went to possess his body, I realized something horrible. What was that? Sissel, there inside the bag, was dead. What? That first shot hit Sissel. I wasn't able to control her completely. First bullet didn't hit anything, or so I thought. But it did hit something, didn't it? It hit Sissel inside that bag. Yes, that's when I lost my life. Right there, in the presence of Tensic radiation. And that's when I got my powers of the dead, my ghost tricks. I think I understand it now. Why I was the only one who couldn't get his memory back. It was because I thought that corpse was me. It was the only corpse I could see at the time, after all. But, as it turns out, it wasn't the only body. My true death was hiding just behind that corpse. Now that I think about it, do you remember what you said? That you knew all along about me saving Lynn tonight? If you knew, why didn't you try to stop me? It's simple. Because I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Huh? Why not? Remember the thing about individual differences in the powers we get? I can control all kinds of things, from the living to the dead. But even so, there are some things that you can do that I can't. You mean I can't even rewind time, let alone change the fate of a death? If I could do those things, I would have saved your life. Not only that, but I never would have just let my fiancée stay dead like that. But you're here 10 years in the past now. That's thanks to your powers. I just tagged along with you. In any case, now the starting point of all of this entire tragedy has changed dramatically, altering fate. Fate of your death, the kitten Sissel's fate, and I can just bet you the fate of the woman you love has changed too. Yes, I believe you're right. So, this was the last fate to be averted, eh? So, Yomiel, looks like your plan for revenge ended in failure. Yes, and I'm glad too. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. She understood. She shed tears for me. That's when my revenge was over. She saved me from the darkness. Well, I guess it's time we got back. I knew 10 years later was just born. Right, we should get back to our new present. Can't wait to see Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla again. So these past 10 years will now all vanish. Well, not completely. The memories of all of us here will remain. Including the memory of what I did, my crime. That's the way this game of the dead works, eh? And no matter what the reason, there's no denying the fact that I took Lynn hostage and tried to point a gun at her. I have no intention of running away from that either. The most inexcusable crime in my new life. Hey, Sissel. Yes. When we go back, our fates will no longer be interconnected. It will be like we never met. So before that happens, just wanted to say one thing. Tonight I stole away your life with my own hands. I'm truly sorry. That's already a thing of the lost past. Our fates have changed now, right, Yomiel? Thank you, Sissel. I'm so very glad I met you. Me too, Yomiel. Sissel? Are we ever going to see each other again? I couldn't stand it if we weren't. Don't worry, Missile. I bet we'll see each other again someday. 10 years from now, our paths are sure to cross. We'll just have to wait until then. Sissel, I'll never forget you. I'll never forget you either, valiant little doggy. Well, looks like you came... It looks like you came come to live with me now. So let's be getting home, little black cat. Home, huh? That sounds good, Detective Jowd. We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning, and now we're each going back to our own new present. We said goodbye to the parts of our stories that would be lost, believing that someday our paths would all cross again. Wait. Before you go back to a new present, I wanted to thank you. before I cease to exist. Oh, it's you! Yes, it is I, Ray, in case you have forgotten again. Thanks to you, everything has turned out as I had hoped. I'm really grateful to you, Sissel. Thank you. Don't forget, I was only on a journey to find my own lost memory. Yes, I know that. I know all about you. Can I ask you a question, Ray? I want to know, who exactly are you? Fair enough. I'll tell you. Let me tell you about another version of tonight's events. Changed the fates of many people tonight. The first of which was hers. You had not been there for her tonight? Her fate would have been to die in that lowly spot on the outskirts of town. If that had occurred, what do you suppose would have happened? Let me tell you a story. Story of a little creature. After they stole her life that night, they broke into her apartment. I can see where this is going. They stole the wooden box from the ceiling hiding place and left. And in the process, two little dead bodies were left behind. However, the little fellow's spirit lived on. He desperately reached out his paw towards his mistress. That's when a miracle occurred. What? Look at that! The powers of the dead, but how? He didn't really understand it himself, not yet anyway. But with all you know now, I bet you understand it, do you not? Hey, wait a minute. That's right. He died inside the aura of that strange energy. But unfortunately, with his meager powers, he was unable to save his little mistress. There just wasn't anything he could do with only the power to swap objects. He needed the power to manipulate objects in order to save the little lady. The little fellow chased after the men, but there still wasn't anything he could do. In the end, he was left behind with the man in red in the deep, deep sea. And then he went back. He went back to the world of 10 years before, to the moment of the man in red's death. What? Decided to wait it out. He decided to wait until that night came again. And that's the other version of the story of this night. A story that has taken these 10 years to be retold. So that was you, huh? That's right! I'm Missile. What? Huh? 10 years is a very long time in dog years. You couldn't change the fates of these people on your own. So you decided to wait those 10 years out. Exactly. And then at last, that fateful night rolled around again. By this time, I had grown old and my powers were weak. So I decided I needed to find somebody to help me this time around. Somebody who possessed different powers than me. But wait a second. You were able to manipulate that desk lamp. Over the course of the long years, my powers changed. My ability to swap objects weakened. But I became able to manipulate small objects. But in that case, why didn't you cooperate with yourself? Because I couldn't. Huh? From watching the man in red, I found out there were individual differences in our powers. I couldn't do any of the things he could do, like travel through the telephone lines, for example. What? It may not seem like much, but it's a very important power, especially if you're trying to chase somebody. There's something I don't understand. You knew from the very beginning that I had that power. How did you know so much about me? Why wouldn't I? After all, we had met before on that night, the first time around. We what? We met before? Listening to the conversation of the two intruders to the apartment, I learned that Miss Lynn had lost her life at that junkyard on the edge of town. I followed the ghost world paths to the junkyard and came upon an incredible scene. Imagine, if you will, during the darkness, a twisting and swiveling desk lamp. It made my first stand on end, I can tell you. That was me? So I shot on that night the first time around as well. You had lost your memory that time too. You just died and you felt confused. You declined to cooperate with me. I did what? I just want to find my own lost memory. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. That's what you said. Then you disappeared. Way over the telephone line. I'm really sorry I didn't help you. That's why I decided that this time I would use that desire of yours to our mutual advantage. Mutual advantage? The only thing you were interested in was finding your own lost memory. If I could guide you along the right path to doing that, we would both benefit. And namely, the right path would be the path to the man in red, Piyomio. What? I gave you the information you needed to know to set you in the right direction. And then I gave you a time limit. A time limit? That's right. As you know, I said you only had until tomorrow morning. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have found out the truth tonight. And the man in red would have been sealed away at the bottom of the sea forever. If that had happened, it would have all been over. Then you mean that thing about ceasing to exist? Oh, that? Completely made up. A little naughty of me, I know. But I just wanted you to use your time wisely. Oh boy. Hate to admit it, but this old doggy really outsmarted me in every way. Let's just call it the wisdom that comes with age. And now it's time to say farewell. These past 10 years will cease to exist, and with them so will I. Missile, I believed in you. I always knew you could do it. And so you did. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Missile. So you waited and waited these 10 long years. All for the sake of your two ladies, Lynn and Camilla, eh? Of course. Because that's what doggies do. Now then, farewell, Sissel. So the story of a single night came to an end.
Do the thing.
Yo 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 yo. I didn't get to read it. I made my way back to a new present. You distracted me. I couldn't read the text on screen. Okay. Huh? How come it's dark? I'll just turn on the lights here. Were you surprised? You bet I was. You nearly scared me to death. Yippee! It worked. But it's not even my birthday today. It was my mom's birthday today before yesterday. I made this surprise for her, but it came out so well I wanted to use it again. That's alright, Lynn. After all, we're celebrating the birth of your new position as detective, right? Really? Thank you, Detective Jowd. Dad, you're home. Hi, Camilla. Let me introduce you. This is Lynn. She was just assigned to the detective division today. Hi, Camilla. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Lynn. Congratulations on becoming a detective. Huh? Is something wrong? You have one of those badges too? Oh, this? Yeah. I have one just like it. My dad just gave it to me the other day. Yours looks a lot older than mine, though. How long are you gonna keep wearing that toy badge, Lynn? What's wrong with it? To me, this is the symbol of a real detective. It's been 10 years since then, hasn't it? Who would have guessed you'd actually become a detective one day? When you gave me this badge, I just knew. I knew it was my destiny somehow. Destiny, eh? And now that I'm a detective, I'll find out where that destiny will lead me. That you will, that you will. Oh, hello. Don't tell me you're that same little kitten. That's right, the very one. You know what? This is a very, very special cat. He's 10 years old, but he's still a kitten. Still a kitten? Yep, he never got any bigger or anything. Wow, what a mysterious little fellow. I know, right? His name is Sissel. Sissel. Seems to me I've heard that name somewhere before. I think Sissel likes you, Lynn. Alright, everyone, let's start the celebration. Okay, Mom. I bet you're just like me. Your destiny led you here somehow, too. Kinda. I have a beard. That's about it. I didn't get to read it! Ethan! From just that single night as a human, I got a glimpse into their world, and I learned something. Their fates, their lives, they were all interconnected. Somewhere, somehow, in some way.
Do it. Do the thing.
Yo. And now, this is my new fate. I guess I really am a cat. It suits me just fine to curl up and watch the strange and beautiful patterns of something. And it just looks like, well, I plan to watch for quite a while. That's it. You're a cat forever. Mitzel! Happy birthday to our little Lynn. Oh, like I said, it isn't my birthday. Hi, Mitzel, I thought I asked you to stay home. Birthday off for Ah, it's too fast. Look at him spinning that spaghetti. Ah. There, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? It's definitely not good. Maybe now I can be a great detective just like Cabanilla. What kind of example is the inspector providing for his men? Ah. Huh? Here's your food, gentlemen. He still has his shoes off. What a weirdo. Memory? What are you doing here? Heard you were going to be picking up new members of the Special Investigation Unit today. So you took on a part-time job here again so you could eavesdrop? Is this really necessary? Best customer. What a great game. Thank you for sticking with me, Ethan, Haru. Sure really need all these explosives. 20 kilograms of gunpowder, just like it said. 20? Wait a minute, 20 kilograms? I thought it was 20 grams. Hmm. This is where you work, huh? That's right. Here's to the stodgy mind of my darling husband. Steel is going quite well. There he is. Today's the day, you know, he's finally getting out. You know, everybody's starting to get real tired of seeing you do that. We have a stomachache. We call it dance away the pain. Oh. German, Spanish, French. Nice. It was a very good game. I enjoyed it thoroughly. There he is. 10 long years, Yomiel. Your time's up today. Oh. Nice. Thank you, Sissel. It's all pixelated. Nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Returning to title. Okay. That's that. That's all of it. Me, the mystery. Hmm. I see. Hmm. So many nice characters. This game is full of, what do you call it? Just charm. Very well designed characters. It's great, man. Such a great, great game. It's really, really sweet. This guy's really weird. Itchy man. Cute chicken carrier. Cute chicken carrier. uh, like hearted blue man. Loved mother. Beloved mother. Minor crew hand. The other me. Yeah. Okay. That's the end of the game. Thank you, everyone, for watching. It was a good time. But that's it for now.